on a second. Why is this chroma keyed up? 7. Three. Ready? Oh, come on. Yeah, there's just so much to do, man. You're not settled. Side. Why is it my so bad? Okay. 3. Why is this laggy? It's awful. 3. You can put it, you can come from light. This better. No, it doesn't. 3. 3, 2, 1, go. Hey guys, welcome back to the Projekt ZRA. This is a podcast and video of the relief shelter for those who don't have a place to go to seek comfort or just general safety, a digital respite shelter. If you don't have family or a secure home, always welcome here. And what we do here is a variety of different activities that are just fun and de-stressing and relieving. In this particular case, we're covering a little bit behind the scenes content right now. It may be useful for you in a daily life, maybe not. I'm not sure if any of you guys do podcasting, but that's what this particular video is going to be about. And I will say, I'm going to try to be a little bit more quiet right now, to be accommodating. I can tell that things have, only in the past 12 hours, been slightly on a trough. So things are a little bit more, respectful. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but things are a little bit died down. And so for that reason, I'm also going to respect the fact that, okay, then I'm going to be a little bit more quiet in the household. So I apologize if the audio is not too loud. I'm assuming that the mic is powerful enough right now and high enough on the gain to pick up what I was saying. Okay, so I'll increase the gain just a little bit. But aside from that, that's the volume matters. And what we'll get to immediately right now is we have a bunch of stuff related to the podcast. So we had mentioned, this is the core, this is the key highlight of what I've been trying to get to, and I noticed there's a filter effect right here, a little image in the middle. I was doing a reaction. For those of you guys interested in Attack on Titan reactions, and specifically my little twist on it is like a reaction to a reaction. For example, I'm watching someone else who's watching Studio Gag, and then a comment, almost like a discussion back and forth between myself and the other reactors. There's that on the channel as well, on Spotify and on YouTube, although on Spotify it's muted for copyright reasons. Okay. But anyways, so there's something else there on the side, but that's the reason why the graphics over there is to block out some copyright content. So the main crux though is that as a part of the second marathon, which we've both been running for a while now, we've been trying to get to the podcasting tabs. And that's because we had, I think for the past 2 weeks, I've been almost like a recluse. It's felt horrible, like a human, not human, like a hermit. The opposite of a human, being stuck inside this little unit here, trying to punch out probably 25 different platforms to do the podcasting, as well as troubleshooting a lot of interesting new add-ons, you could say, or side visuals and YouTubing in the backdrop. You see the green screen and chroma keying, a lot of project and administrative stuff relating to production and video quality and the content and so on and so forth. So podcasting is the main thing that we've been trying to catch up to in the second marathon, and we're going to start off with this video right now. We actually started about 2 videos ago where we talked a little bit about the Twitter analytics about the podcast, but this is where it gets real serious because we have almost, believe it or not, check it, 350 to 450 different browser tabs on Edge right now that we just left on sleep so that we could get to them one by one at a time. And that's what we're going to do, right? We're going to go through our process of discovering different platforms and applying to be registered for our podcast inside of their site so they can distribute it, and then also saving the links and all that jazz. Sometimes create an account, sometimes verifying everything. So you'll be able to follow through the process that I've been through, at least for the past 2 weeks, focused heavily on podcasting. Alright, so without further ado, let's just dive right into it. So the first thing we have here and you see the little window on the bottom right hand side, this is a platform from Anchor. So Anchor is previously, and let me check the time here, I will try to speed up a little bit. I recognize that time is of the essence. Podcasts don't last more than 15 minutes because it's being mindful of the fact that people are on commutes, and it's a very grounded project, this entire channel. So podcasters on Spotify, that's a rebrand of Anchor. Anchor being a platform at one point in time, a main broadcasting platform appears that allows people to basically convert their blogs on, say, WordPress, and then have a read-through, a text-to-speech, right? Text-to-speech, I'm going to say the other way around. Read-through of the entire content, and then to be able to distribute that as a podcast throughout the rest of the world. and so they rebranded it, and that's podcasters.spotify.com. So what we have here are 3 tabs here. I can say that I intend on keeping at least one of these open. I will close off the other 2. So here's the analytics, right? So you can see an overview as well at the very beginning. Number of plays per episode. You can tell I've only been podcasting for about a week, and my content is something that really blows up. It's not, at least not right now. It's very focused on administrative behind the scenes production, so it can get quite boring. Moving to the side here, of course you can see the analytics. There's an overview, there's a graph here charting, the number of people who have listened, and mostly so far single digits, of course, not even high, just like 2 or 3 people. And we have, it tells you exactly which episodes were uploaded when, and where your views are coming from. Of course, this gets a lot more complex and a lot more insightful when you have a live following. If you switch over to the tab on audience, you can see the geographic location. You can see the, I guess, some people are tuning in from the States. It could just be me, honestly. I think because I may have some people watch from a VPN. I know that I don't use a VPN myself necessarily all the time. Sometimes I do, but maybe some of this is just me clicking in from a different location that's been locked on a different IP address. Anyways, I know some of this definitely isn't me because I don't listen to podcasts or anything like that, and it definitely shows up here, so it's very interesting. Also, we can tell that there's some people showing up from Poland and Colombia and India, I guess 1 person each. That's probably because the name of my podcast has a K in it to reflect the fact that it's got some kind of Polish influence. There are episode rankings here as well, so if you ever wanted to, you can see most people here have largely been for the introduction. The rest are just a single views each. Very interesting. And then the rest down here are all podcasts that are yet to be released. So, alright, so that's this tab here. We'll just close that. What you see in the next tab is basically the episode list. Okay, so this is still Spotify podcasters or Anchor. It's been purchased once again and rebranded. And so we have here, you can see that there's single plays for the recently, I don't understand why this is being released. It must be because I published at the wrong date. Live TikTok shorts. Oh yeah, I put this way too early. So I want to mention, okay, first we'll show you there's format, length, play, ads, date, and status. So all the metadata here, all the stats and variables you'd be interested in. I went all the way back here to the earliest page, and you can see there's people who are listening a lot to the Malibu Rum. What I want to do here is I just want to showcase, okay, the titles here. There's actually a episode here. The reason why this tab's open, this Blender viewer VTuber model is not supposed to be released on the 4th or 14th or today. It was supposed to be scheduled differently. So I'm going to showcase you the inner workings right now. You can click on the 3 dots. There'll be this drop down menu, view the episode details, analytics, copy the link to the episode, and download the episode. So what we're going to do is click view episode, and I, being an administrator of course, of this account, I can go ahead and edit it. What I'm going to do is I want to change the date because it's not supposed to be today. This was supposed to be a video scheduled way in advance. So what you're seeing right now are the inner workings behind the scenes of, if you guys are interested in starting a podcast, this is the interface you'll be able to see. You can see the description you can include, the publishing date you can schedule in advance. All the way down you can see also the season number, the episode number as well. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, you can set all the settings that you would like that you want to desire. I know that this is not the right one. I think it says episode 19. Actually, no, it's right. Okay. So what we're going to do is just going to schedule this over. It's not supposed to be today. It's supposed to be in May. So, sorry, not May, but June. I'm going to search the date out. Go through the calendar. I'm going to select the date in June. Probably, I think it's a June 10th or June 9th. 9th we're not going to do because that's going to be a Friday. Who's going to listen to a podcast on a fucking Friday, right? Oh shit. I realized I have to censor myself a little bit when it comes to language. I can't cuss because I'm not listening to a podcast. Apologize. I hope the Spotify gods aren't going to smack me or the GM or anything for that. I don't want my podcast being taken down because I, was a little bit explicit. Okay, let's go over to episodes. Let's make sure that in fact it's changed now. And Blender VWord scheduled for, you can see now it's at the very top. So where we were in the previous page, we were at the very beginning of the page. You can see that the dates are reflective of pre-scheduled. Right now this is into May. We just go straight down through the arrow keys, and now we're back on the first page. No, not even yet. Okay, so over here, now we're on the first page. So you can see the title now is gone. It's all the way at the very beginning now. In fact, I can just click episodes and bring it in. I recognize that this is probably not the right date, to be fair. So what I'm going to do is, so I can make a comparison. I can see scheduled on June the 8th, and we also have another one scheduled June the 8th. So I'm going to make an edit. I'm going to pause this video for a second. I know it lags when I try to open a new interface, that's why I paused the episode, but you can't see that, so it's great. Anyway, so we're going to put it to June the 10th, since we recognize the fact that, you know, it was too, I guess you could say it was too early, 2 days too early. We already had a podcast scheduled for that date, so we'll update it. Okay. Alright, nice. So that's it. Now you can see here, the episode's been reflected. It's going to be posted on June the 10th, again. Because we made an edit. It's going to be now about, you know, like 50 days in advance. So let's get rid of this and hop over to the next tab. Okay, so this is the main homepage that we talked about earlier. So if we want to share the profile page, this is where people most likely, well, they wouldn't land here, but you get the idea. Respite Shelter, Projekt ZRA with a K, that's why there's Polish influence. Live 24/7, the title. You see the profile picture here that you can put some text over, and I did that. Available on Spotify, 8 other platforms. If you click on this link, it basically leads you to all the links that you can share. So we'll showcase what it looks like on the surface profile page. Okay. While we're going to close that tab as well. And so here it is, the main page, Respite Shelter. This is what people would see, the public sees. This is what you would see, for example, if you came to my page. So listen on Spotify, send me a message, a DM, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, you know, the socials, YouTube. And then down here, available on all the options that you can listen to from. So Apple Podcasts, Castbox, iHeartRadio, so on and so forth, Spotify, blah-de-da. And here are all the available podcasts. Of course, we made an edit here, so this will be reflected in probably about, you know, like anywhere between the next hour to the next 12 hours. It takes some time for different platforms. Anyway, so that's what this is all about here. And you can see the list of podcasts. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and just go over to episodes and leave it at that. We're going to leave this open because we're going to update and upload, sorry, not update, but upload more episodes once we finish this episode that we're recording right now. Okay. Let's hop over to some of the links that you would see. So for example, when I was at the home page and I click, let's say for example down here, I click on Spotify, right, or I click on Amazon Music or Apple Podcasts, what ends up happening is I get dragged over to over here. A new link pops up, and so an example here is it pops up this. This is the Spotify, so open.spotify.com/show, and then it has my hashtagged podcast URL. So it brings you here. You can see there, right? It's been updated. It's been reflected. Blender, Vroid, VTuber models. So that is the most recent podcast. It's not supposed to be up. The one that's supposed to be is Erwin versus Armin. Again, this is a reaction, quote unquote, reaction to reaction inception. And then down here we have some marketing stuff here, so it's being posted live as well on Twitter. The workflow behind the making of podcasting and videos and so on and so forth. Again, this is all very dated. This is probably about 2 months old stuff, and no, not 2 months, about a month old stuff that's been released before we started podcasting. I love the theme. Spotify right here has a very nice crimson to dark red, a nice gradient, and so we were just checking out. That's the reason why these were open. We want to see, we want to follow, click on the links on Spotify podcasters and see if they would work. And they do work, because you don't want to have broken links. This is very important for search engine optimization, so obviously SEO, or just basic digital marketing 101, make sure that your links are not broken, because Google will pick up on that stuff. So I use not from there. And then they're gonna rank your stuff a lot lower. So make sure that all your links are working fine. So we went through and clicked on Spotify, made sure that the link works. This one here is Apple Podcast Preview. So we have iTunes here basically. They don't call it iTunes anymore, it turns out. But that's what it is. So you can see 9 episodes updated with the blend review. I wonder if it reflects the fact that I remove it if I refresh this page. Because we did remove the blend review. So it didn't reflect yet. That's fine. But you can see the podcast and leisure, whatever. Moving on to the next one. Here we have Linktree. This is not something that you can go to from Spotify podcasts, but basically it was important for me to update on Linktree all my different new links from Spotify. I mean, not from Spotify, but from the podcasts. So it can be Spotify, but it can also be Anchor, right? So podcasters from Spotify and also the direct Spotify link, they're both able to display my podcast, but they're different links. And different people access that. In addition to Deezer, in addition to Apple iTunes, Amazon Music, so updating all the links. So here's an example. That was the administered logout page, but this is basically the page that I have for LinkedIn, for linktree.ee/download. So we can check this in the description below. Of course, it's all in my description on the podcast or on the videos or even in the live streams, really. Basically at the very bottom there's a link for the link tree, and I say, it's the directory. So this is where you can find all of my stuff. You can have the YouTube, all these icons here for the socials. It took a long time to set this up. Discord, Patreon, SoundCloud, Twitter, TikTok, Etsy, even Twitch, Pinterest. Some of these platforms I haven't used, but it's good to have them anyways. For the record, you shouldn't be doing things the way I'm doing it. I'm definitely breaking out of my shell here and doing something that doesn't make a lot of sense. You're supposed to have only about 4 or 5 links. I'm being very comprehensive and trying to include everything. So this is probably going to disperse any traffic across many different sites. So don't do what I do. This is not a good way to market yourself, but I'm just doing things the way I'm comfortable with doing it, because this is a special project for me. And so that's how we're going to do it. We're going to be very comprehensive. That's the take of the Annual project, of what was the Annual project. But Projekt ZRA now is very comprehensive, and we're going to include all of our different forms of media. Okay, so we see here, of course, Linktree is very interactive. We had a previous video on this, so I'm not going to run through everything. But obviously, you have the contact form for the website. We have Projekt ZRA, the headers here, Respite Shelter, and the links to Twitch, the projects, the different blog site. I have multiple blog sites. And then all the socials here that may be more interactive, like YouTube and Reddit and Medium. At the very top, we have things related to directly interactive things like, in this case, fitness. So if you want to become an affiliate with me and do some sponsorship and make some earnings on the side, you can go ahead and do that. There's also another here for the Patreon. So this one has more to do with paid content. But then the very first one is all free. So this is me here. Again, the link, most important thing for me to have this tab open was to edit, go into the administrative portion, and add all the podcasts. Now, Linktree is amazing. Turns out all you have to do is add the single link to Spotify. And then what it will do is it will extract all of the other podcasts that are linked, all the other links on other platforms that have your podcast for you. So you don't have to add each of these one by one. So let me show you. Let's just click see all here. You can see it's updated the feed, the recent episodes, a description, a bio, and even a picture here of the most recent episode. I love the interface, so you can click see all. And you can see here Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, Deezer, Spotify, subscribe on Android, TuneIn, Stitcher. TuneIn's a great platform, I feel. Google Podcasts, Castbox, Bullhorn, goes all the way down, audio, into some more obscure ones. So everything is just right here. It's beautiful, it's amazing. I think it's super useful. And you can just listen to any of those, my podcasts on any of those platforms. And you can do the same too if you have a podcast. So let's close that. I'm going to check the time, see how tight we are for time. 19 minutes, so I think it's a good time to close off this episode. I didn't cover as much as I wanted to because I was doing a bit of introductory stuff. But the next episode, which you can look forward to immediately after this, we'll also be covering podcasting stuff, right? We're going on a marathon. We're going to knock off all these 450 tabs, all about podcasting and distributing your podcast. So look forward to that. I'll see you in the next one. Again, if you want some visuals, you don't have to be listening as a podcast. You can actually just watch this over on YouTube channel. It's all in the description as well. Thanks for tuning in, and feel free to absolutely share what it is that you're doing, what brings you to the podcast, what do you find interesting and useful, and maybe just share your experiences and stuff that you've been relatable. So that's it. I'll see you in the next one, and we've got a lot of work to do, so let's just get to it. Peace out. How easy it is. welcome back to the project. This is Projekt ZRA with Rishabh here. Another episode on the second marathon. Probably we're working into number 27th for the episodes, and we're finally, let's go with type. We're getting into the podcasts section of this particular marathon. We have 450 tabs of podcast distribution, and all the inner workings. We're going to go through that behind the scenes, starting continuing off from the previous episode and moving forward. Of course, this is once again the relief shelter and so on and so forth. You can understand all that stuff right in the bio and the description below, as well as on my various platforms. So it's not really, I'm not going to discuss too much about that. We have a lot to get through. So let's just dive right into the content. So this is, if you're watching the video right now, of course I do have like a different setup right now. I wanted to just mention every day we try to swap up the background while we can, because we're still using a platform that, not a platform, but a webcam software called UCam. And so we're trying to take advantage of the fact that we can change the backdrop very easily into an office setting right now. There's a bookcase behind us. That's the way it looks like. It's quite taxing on the computer. So anyways, let's just get right to work. So what I'm going to do is just hop over back to the podcast and let's get started. All right, so the next probably about 18 minutes, let's continue into the backdrop display, so the videos, you guys can actually see what's going on. All right, I recognize that the sources here is a little bit messed up. So what we did, and I'm going to be editing a little bit here, sorry for a little distraction, but in the previous episode where we're going to continue off of, we were at Spotify Podcasters, which is really Anchor, which was bought under acquisition and then integrated into what they have now rebranded as Spotify Podcasters. We went through the analytics, we went through all the, the inner workings and things you can do, the bells and whistles. Let's say, if you're interested in making your own podcast, that's what you would do. Let me just move the source around here. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted right now. What the fuck is this shit? What's going on? Alright, so I just expanded the browser window a little bit so they can see the full page, the episodes and everything, so that's really great. And this is what we're going to leave this up and running. Okay, this is one of those tabs that we will need to keep so that we can upload more episodes. So for example, this episode and the one beforehand will be going up shortly, and we're going to schedule that for probably about a month and a half in advance. Moving on, we have where we left off in the previous podcast episode or video episode, whichever one you're listening or watching from. So subscribe on Android is another link. So we have distributed using podcasters on Spotify or Anchor to at least 9 different platforms, of which we covered Spotify and covered Apple iTunes and covered Anchor. And now we're over on to subscribe on Android. I'll actually mention also that the previous one also covered a little bit of Linktree. That makes me want to change one of the files here. I just realized. 1, 2, 3, 4. How could I forget that? First. Res volume down last time. Linktree. Linktree. So what you see here is subscribe on Android. I just made some changes to a title that I had on the previous video. Anyways, the point is we are here on subscribe on Android. Oh, there we go. We're smiling now. Okay, I was like a little tense. I got it. Subscribe on Android though. I do have to keep it down. Buy blueberry.com and subscribe to your favorite podcast with your Android device. I'm guessing it allows you to send SMS messages. How it works. Let's see. If the listener has one-click supported app on their Android device, the app will automatically load on. So podcasters, get your embed below to add to the website. And we have Google Podcasts, Podcast Addict, Podcast Republic, a Simple Podcatcher, Podcast with the Lux, Beyond Pod, Podkicker, all these different platforms here. Mobile apps that people listen to podcasts on, so you can just basically share your links to all these podcasts. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to install it. This is just ridiculous, trying to install this many apps. Most of these are very obscure anyways. There's not real need to do that. So we're going to close this. We'll just leave it on iTunes, leave it on Apple Music. Here's another link here demonstrating that this is from Deezer. So there's the Respite Shelter Projekt ZRA over on Deezer. Content reactions, channel exploration, discovery, uploads to YouTube, blah-de-da, full schedule on blog. Digital orphanage, place to belong for lost souls, view all. Okay. I do recognize that there's something here to get change on the keywords of the bio description. So what I'm going to do is, so that this has reminded me of something. So in terms of the Deezer, this looks great, by the way. Look at how comprehensive Deezer is. Deezer's an OG, right? This goes back, I went on Wiki and realized that Deezer was first founded in 2008. Back then it was very sketchy, and they're doing very unethical business practices, but anyways, it's matured obviously now. Hold on a second. Alright, so what we did is we closed Deezer now. We finished talking about that. We want to, so there was something beneficial about going to Deezer. We realized that the keywords we want to change is we want to make sure that we went over to back to Spotify podcasters platform, and we're going to change some keywords because I realized that relief is a better word and than respite when it comes to keyword and algorithms. And project with a C, also obviously the English language instead of Polish is just going to make it be distributed better. So the reason why we have to change this over on the main podcast page, which is Spotify Podcasters or Anchor, and then save it, is obviously because this by updating the settings over here on the main source, the RSS feed from Anchor and Spotify Podcasters, this is the baseline distributor for all the source, basically for all the other podcasts. So any changes to Anchor or the RSS feed on Anchor and Spotify Podcasters will be reflected to all the other platforms that I'm distributing across. So I just have to make a change here and then it'll be reflected. Maybe not immediately, but eventually will be. So over the course of the coming hours and coming days, it will be. So we changed the bio description. I just want to make sure that, let's see if we can make sure, let's take a look, see more. Respite Shelter Projekt ZRA, it still hasn't updated yet, and that's fine, but over the coming days it should be updated. Okay. Alright, so we're going to close all that and go over to episodes again. Right. Well, not episodes, but we'll leave it here and refresh the page later. So back to another of the platforms here. We can see here we went through Deezer, we went through LinkedIn in the previous episode. We went through Apple iTunes, podcasts. The next one here we have to showcase is Amazon Music. We've got a great interface. Amazon Music, I do have an account with Amazon, and you can basically log in with your Amazon account, and then work through the inner workings behind the scenes, like the description, the bio, all that jazz as well. I think this one here may need to be edited independently, I'm not sure, but regardless, that's again, I just would have to edit the keywords here, Respite Shelter and Project to Relief Shelter, and with a C. Of course, if you log in with Amazon, you will have to use like some sort of you've got to use Amazon user, yeah. So you've got to use a two-factor authentication, I believe. So I'm not going to do this on stream. I might do this after the video ends. I'll leave this tab open for that reason, and only for that reason alone. So let's move on to the next one, another pod. This is another one, a duplicate. So we can close this as Apple Podcasts. I'm glad to just work through this. We already talked about this one in the previous video. Alright, so here's a new one, Castro.fm. And this one's apparently on an Android and Apple App Store. So you can download Castro podcasts app for podcast lovers, make it easy to manage lots of podcasts, enjoy the best episodes of all your favorite shows. Scroll down, just press play. So this is a landing page. Again, this is just a marketing homepage. Download it on the App Store, and you can see there they're just showing reviews. A very short and snappy about page. So I love this app, absolutely the best. 5 stars, whatever. Anyways, point is, we can put features. You can do the blog, make every podcast sound great. Basically, just what every other platform does. At this point, there's so much you can do online. Widgets as well. So we'll close this, and then one of the most recent blog posts on this on Castro is 2020. Shows you how dated this app is. Alright, so next one we have here is Google. Believe it or not, I can't believe I actually have the podcast for Google. Because of this, I had to actually update. So what I want to talk about here, Google Podcasts, we have this link open, but before it wasn't actually published. So we submitted it to Google Podcasts, but they were under review. And so for a couple of days, I just didn't look because I knew it would take them a couple of days for them to review everything and say, oh, we'll give it the green light. And so that's what's ended up happening here. I'm going to copy this link here from the feed, the URL link, now that we have it. And we're going to copy and paste this into one of the spreadsheets at the top here that has all my accounts in it. So I want to mention, so we can actually knock off a tab up here that has my general directory of all my accounts. And so I'm not going to showcase that. Obviously, that's going to sort of dive into some private confidential stuff, but I will mention that because we are going to put this link inside. Finally, we've been waiting for a week to put this Google Podcast link in there. Once we've done that, we can actually close that spreadsheet. So that's going to be another tab we can close. I'm not going to showcase that on stream, so I'm just going to pause the podcast and the video right now. Update the settings. You better change this, man. This is fucking... Alright, so we just unpaused. So we went ahead and closed the spreadsheet while it was, you know, away, alright, off stream, but I mean off the video, so you can't see it. Anyways, you can see here we went back over to Spotify Podcasters, or Anchor for short. I still refer to it as Anchor, man. That's the original, that's the OG company, man. So podcast availability, Spotify for podcasters, both of the links here. You have the RSS distribution link, and then of course you have down here all of the Amazon Music, podcasts, all that stuff here. You can see I pasted the links for Apple Podcasts, for Castbox, Amazon Music, all these different apps. Well, Overcast I haven't done, but the one that's missing is Google Podcasts. That's really important because Google, of course. So I'm going to copy and paste the link over here as well. And for some reason, what the fuck happened? Why is it not here? Yo, what the fuck? What's going on? So fucking lame, bro. Serious? Dumbass. We're not gonna load that shit. Fucking lame, son of a bitch. So here, there had to be some behind the scenes. Had to extract the link for some reason and then copy and paste. So I had to go back and retrieve it from the spreadsheet, which is a demonstration of the fact that the spreadsheet, so the Excel spreadsheet that has all my links and everything for the accounts, the directory basically, super helpful. I just basically made practical use right now. Went over to my cloud storage and opened the spreadsheet and extracted the link because I was missing it. So then I basically copied and pasted it over here. So you can see here, this is without the link, and then paste it, that's the link, and we add the profile. So now we have, of course, Google Podcasts here as well. Okay, and now anytime we need the link, we can just come over to the main page here on podcasters.spotify, and then we'll have the links for everything here and be able to share them as necessary. Go back to episodes. I noticed that next to the tab, by the way, next to the spreadsheet that had the accounts, there was also a tab here that was a third, it's like another copy. I was going to say duplicate, but it's not just two, it's like multiple copies. I had another opened instance of Apple Podcasts, and I can see that it's reflected now after refresh just about the changes. We just took down an episode and then rescheduled it into the future for about 2 months advance, roughly into June. So I can see that it's reflected on Apple iTunes. They tend to update really quickly, and that's great. So that VTuber podcast has been postponed, and it's gone now. What has not been updated, however, is the bio. I can see that they're still not using the keyword relief shelter and project with a C. I'm not sure if that's because I have to edit it myself. Okay, so we'll just close that, and now we can move back to where things really matter. Okay, so we went ahead and I just closed the podcast episode. I guess it doesn't really matter. I have more. Accidentally closed the episode for the tab for the Spotify podcast, but I recognize that there's probably a few down the road anyways that we'll get to, so we'll just leave it at that. Okay. All right. So we covered Amazon Music. Like I said, we'll leave this open because we may have to see if it's necessary to update the bio or the description right here, the keywords by logging into Amazon Music. But if you do, there's two-factor authentication you need to do. All right, next tab, Google Podcast. We finished this. We can close this as well. Actually, I'm interested. So on the sidebar, you can see Explore Shows, subscriptions, queue, add by RSS feed, and so on and so forth. I want to see what podcasts are being shown here on Google. Trending, popular and trending, The Daily, Smartless, The American Life, Jordan B. Peterson, TED Talks Daily, Canadian True Crime, The Mindset Mentor. Okay, so they have some pretty, Jay Shetty, yeah, I can see this, Tim Ferriss Show, some pretty big names here, Conan O'Brien. Top podcasts in comedy, business, education, society, and culture. Okay, so we're going to close it now because Google Podcasts, we don't actually need it running. Okay, so the next platform is Podcast Addict. Now, what I will say about Podcast Addict is this is not available. If you go back and take a look on the video, you will not have found this on. You will not have found this on the previous episode, on the visuals of the video. Okay, so anyways, this is actually only shown on Linktree. This is one of those many platforms of like mobile apps that was automatically redistributed and extracted from the available podcast platforms that I had distributed across to maybe roughly 9 or 15, and then after that a bunch of mobile apps and other companies, so probably now increasing from 15 over to like 50 or 60 different platforms and apps now have the podcast displayed. Podcast Addict is basically one of those, and it was shown on the Linktree. But you can see they have updated the most recent episodes here, and I'm really thankful how easy it is to now in this day and age to basically share content. Kind of works against you because that means that the niche is oversaturated, but whatever. Okay, so the next browser tab, and I think we're running low on time now, 16 minutes. Yeah, we'll wrap it off with this last one here. So Player FM is another one of those very obscure, I believe, apps, but maybe a little bit more popular than say Podcast Addict, because this was actually displayed over on Anchor or Spotify podcasters. So you can see here, this is the page for submitting your podcasts. Mail them, support@player.fm with any queries and suggestions. Discover subscription playlist, all the usual stuff from a podcast platform. Add your show. That's what was really important to your added to the suggestions page. Social security and copyright. Okay, so contact us with copyright title, and you can send in DMCA takedown requests. Shit, right? Only shows information available on public RSS feeds, and therefore content that is visible and playable in every podcast app. Okay, so we can close this now, and the most important part was adding a podcast. So we click the link, and then greetings, to add a podcast to Player FM. Try searching the RSS feed or URL on iTunes above. And if you can't find it, then it's something else. Anyways, they have a list in here of the top podcasts. PTI, Comedy of the Week, Doug Loves Movies, the Bill Simmons Podcast, TED Talks Daily, How Did This Get Made? How This Gets Made. That reminds me of the Discovery Channel thing. Do you guys ever watch Discovery Channel, man? So it's like that show there, How It's Made. I'm assuming they turned into podcasts now. So if you do search it, I found out that in fact, yes, they did have my podcast listed on the platform. So here, Respite Shelter, Projekt ZRA, right here. And then here's the description, the bio, and everything. If we refresh it, the Blender V-Roid should be gone. Discovered by, copyright is owned by the publisher, not Player FM. Let me see if I can just kind of refresh this a little bit here. And let's press enter. I don't think it will update because it's a smaller platform. Nah, it's not updated. Anyways, that's great. But we can see that it works. Okay, so we'll leave it off here. I think we'll close Player FM, and then here's the RSS feed. So we'll talk about this interesting stuff next. Okay, so head back over here. We're going to edit Amazon Music, and we'll start the next video podcast in there. probably about 30 minutes, but you'll see in the next day after this one's released. So thank you for tuning in. If you made it this far, of course, you can always check out the visual content. We have videos punching out. We have a live stream. In fact, I should turn the mobile app across the mobile phone across to see what we're doing here as well. So you can check us out on live streams, on podcasts, and you can do a bunch of other things. There are all the links below in the description. But feel free absolutely to just leave your experiences. Have you found any of this information useful? Have you been through this yourself? If so, let me know. Share your stories, your experiences, and when you were starting your podcast, how you're doing. So that's the topic of this particular video or podcast. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out. Whew. Amazon Music, Google Podcasts, Deezer, Player FM, and what else are we going to take in? Let's see. Changing more apps. Deezer update. relief shelter. Relief shelter. Keyword. Honestly, it's not really important, is it? Guess not. What do you want to do? Just post it somewhere, dog? Where is it? Okay. Nice. Okay, good. Here. this. What the fuck is this? Come on, man. What are you doing? Three, two, one. Wait, do we want to do it this way? 3. Three. Oh, shit. 3, 2. Three, two, one. Hey guys, welcome back to the Projekt ZRA. Rishabh here with another second marathon focused on podcasting and all the inner workings. We're about the third episode deep inside that is focused on the podcast. Actually, we're on episode like 20 something. We finally made it through all the administrative stuff and all the other topics, such as very interesting stuff like VTubing and green screen and keys, all that interesting and behind the scenes stuff. You can check out in the previous podcasts and live streams as well, and videos. But of course, it's a relief shelter. Of course, you can find that in the description below. But it basically explains, this is a slice of life combined with in real life. And it used to be what was the Arnold Project at the time. It's evolved. It used to be more self-therapeutic, self-improvement oriented. And now we're more focused just on having a good time and focusing on things that we can build together. And everyone's welcome here, specifically those who have been through hardships such that they don't have family and they don't have a place to live. So this is like a digital relief shelter. Anyways, let's just cover the topics now at hand. So the main topic we want to cover now is a continuation off the previous two videos, which is largely about podcasting and all the different various platforms that we have distributed our platforms across. So what I want to do very quickly to knock off some administrative stuff is that I did go down. So I'm going to say like some minor blessings and prayers, amen, to and thankfulness for someone who ended up cooking a little bit of it's kind of like reparations almost. It was like trying to make things smoothen out the tension a little bit, or an apology. I don't know what it is. Anyways, there's just some food I should be thankful for, some beef and steak. That's it, and that's a representation, a bit of a relationship on the side. Anyways, put that to the trash can, and let's just talk about what we have to cover here. We also make sure to note that inside Excel, because that was like a daily gratitude log kind of thing. But anyways, let's just focus on the practical stuff now. So we were focused on Amazon Music in the previous podcast, where we were talking about how we left off wanting to change the keywords relief shelter, because relief is a word that trends, that's apparently got more traction, at least by, I would say, at least tenfold more traction than Respite, because it's more, I guess it's just more commonly used English word. In addition to that, we also want to switch the K from a project to a C, because obviously English words definitely going to be more popular than a project with a K, which is a Polish word. However, we want to use his Polish influence, at least in the name. So that's what's over here. We have a different screen setting. Of course, this time we're on a different scene. I wanted to switch things up for every podcast, every video, rotate every couple episodes, and it's always nice to do this. So above here at the graphic is a little bit of a reminder that I want to cover a little bit of blessings and just be grateful and show some appreciation for a little bit of food received, and then also documenting that on the spreadsheet. And then below here we have the Respite shelter, and I recognize it's lagging really, really heavily, but it is what it is, man, for now. So the Respite shelter over here is reflected. It turns out that the relief keyword is now incorporated. I just refreshed this. I made the changes on the previous podcast episode just about 10 minutes ago. About half an hour ago, and it's reflected, so I'm very happy about that. The episode has been postponed into the future as well, the one that was focused on Blender and Vloid. So we can close Amazon, and what I want to showcase is that we click the settings on the top right here as well. There's a button for that, and it took me over to this. So these are my Amazon settings apparently in my account, and if you have an Amazon account as well, of course, Music Unlimited, Prime Music, Manage Your Devices, all this stuff over here as well. So all your settings, and apparently that's where you can listen to Amazon Music and podcasts. Alright, moving on. So this is really interesting. We left off wanting to cover a little bit about the RSS feed. So this is my RSS feed right here from over at Anchor. Apparently it was generated when I had my account, and this is the thing that I would share basically with everyone. I don't think I'm supposed to reveal too much. I recognize that the very top stuff might be too important to reveal. It should be more private, but I don't think you can actually edit any of this stuff. I don't think you can really do anything with this. Even if you see it, it's not like you're going to type this all out and recode this kind of stuff. anyway, so I don't think it's too harmful to show it. For the most part, I'll scroll down here and can see that there's basically this entire 6,000 word description, I think, maybe 4,000, 6,000 for Patreon, that I have a template copied out that has all my social media links, all of the promotions and discounts and stuff like that, as well as copyright notices and the music and giving credit. All that stuff is down here. So this is the RSS feed, and apparently it automatically updates every time I do something. I can see the RSS feed is already very long, it goes all the way straight down, because we have at least 8 different podcasts that have been released now, and they all have their own description and bio, so that's why it's that long and comprehensive. Of course, this RSS feed was available on the Anchor podcast, Spotify for Podcasters website, and that's basically where I retrieved this from. I just ended up clicking on the link to see what it looked like. Originally, I thought that an RSS feed would actually be a website where you could actually interact with it. It turns out it's just a text file. It looks like it's just an HTML file in rich text. Okay, so I'm going to switch scenes now over on the visuals. For the podcasters, you won't, I think for the listeners of podcasts, you won't see anything, but or you actually might, because this will be a video upload. But we're switching over to a more open scene right now, to the backdrop, and we want to talk now about WordPress. So WordPress, my goodness, there's so much to cover here. WordPress is something that I was showcased a little bit too much over there, but it's something that I had for about 5 years now, but I never really took advantage of it because I didn't have a podcast or and I didn't really write up blogs or anything of that sort. Speaking of which, I have some blogs that I should be posting up, I should be working on, but there's a lot of more important things at hand right now, including some refinements to income tax and stuff like that, so I have to get through that, as well as training for work, and then we have this project in podcasting, so there's just too much to cover right now. And then I just like the daily working stuff. I have to take a shower and like actually clean up myself. Okay, so WordPress, the site here, you can see there's all these settings here: classic, blue, aquatic, light. These are all the different themes. I have 3 different sites. You can make as many, I think you can make about at least 10 different websites for free on WordPress. And the amazing thing with WordPress is if you go down to the site down here with the settings and the apps, this is the profile count, sorry, so it's not going to work out, but if you really wanted to, and you can see that I have the sunset clicked, down here on the settings somewhere is something for your WordPress blog to be converted into a podcast host. So that is what I have done for one of my websites called Zhuravsky at WordPress.com. That is the specific site for men's topics, but it actually just kind of converted. It's just kind of marketing gimmick, really, I would say. It's not necessarily just a marketing gimmick. We do cover a lot of heavy topics momentarily about abuse and stuff like that when we have to. When it actually pops up, there's some scheduled down the line, but overall it's a far more variety-oriented podcast, and that is on Zhuravsky.wordpress.com, as well as on anro.wordpress.com. So we have multiple sites here. You can see on the side here as well, it's listed on the farthest right hand side. You will not be able to log into automatic services that use your WordPress account to log in. Anyways, what was this? Just wanted to mention, so here's the global dashboard. As you can see, the three WordPress sites that I have running right now, all visible, all published. The oldest one is anro.wordpress.com, lasting probably about 5 to 6, 7 years, maybe even. The new ones that we created only recently, only about the past couple months, I would say, I dare say, maybe it might even be the past 3-4 weeks, is right here. Projekt ZRA specifically was only like 2 weeks ago. That's basically a WordPress version of Linktree. So it has all my links and oriented in a different fashion. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be a tab down here in the future, so you'll see it. And then we can run through it in more detail. Same thing with Zhuravsky, but again, this is the global dashboard you can see on WordPress, and you can see all the websites that you have managed. Maybe you have 5, maybe you have 10, I don't know. Maybe you just have 1, that's a good place to start, and honestly, it's probably the best place to stay because it's sustainable. You can monitor one blog very easily. Alright, so let's close that and hop over to this. You can see that basically this is a sample of one of my websites. So this is anro.wordpress.com, and it seems to be the homepage, right? So the homepage leads to basically a feed of all of my accounts. Oh, sorry, not the homepage. I was wrong about that. That was a blog post, welcome intro. Now this is automated. It's actually a Podbean description and upload, and it just automatically, because when you connect, so we'll talk about this in the future because it's down the road for sure, but when you connect Podbean with WordPress, it automatically publishes your podcast as a blog or as a media page on your WordPress page. So that's really nice to automate, but unfortunately I'm not using it very often right now. I can see that there are 5 bloggers who for some reason have liked this. The Dirty Sci-Fi, Buddha, GS, Cathedral. So apparently it's gotten a little bit of traction. It's funny because over here you can see there's only 4 lines of my description. It's not really much of a blog post at all, but it got some views. So I thought that was worth mentioning. We'll definitely try to see if we can check up on some of these people here who have posted. We can click on and see their own blog posts. So here's somebody's profile. It's empty apparently on Gravatar. Okay, so that's what it is. I'm definitely going to leave this page open, to be honest. I want to see who actually ended up liking this page. I was very surprised. Okay. All right. Now we also want to what we also want to do. I noticed that maybe it's kind of gone, it's disappeared. What we want to do is showcase that in this different site, there's also a link to the other podcast website. So we have here Zhuravsky.wordpress.com. Independent designers and filmmakers who love nature, placing its chaotic paradox squarely in our palms to triumph and overcome destitute hopelessness. You can think by me bringing out the writer's block inside of me and just really going ham, making it really poetic and whatnot. Embrace the blossomed fruits of labor, from enduring the living abyss to wholly devour our euphoric tragedies, oxymoron or juxtaposition, whether with riveting vigor or slowly encroaching piecemeal towards freedom and fulfillment. And if we click on this link here, it will lead us to a link tree. If we click on this link here, it leads us to Projekt ZRA, which I was talking about earlier. This is the other site that I have up. So you can see here, new Spotify podcasts, Usana Health Sciences, YouTube videos, WordPress blog, Discord, Twitch, Apple and Amazon podcasts, Patreon, Celavi Nutrition, all that stuff, all that great stuff. Even affiliate business marketing if you want to join below. So there's all this stuff here in a single website, very nice and easy and concise. Love it. All right, so let's just hop back over. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot just for WordPress, right? Because obviously there's so many sites here and there's so many tinkering things you can do with it. I'm going to leave this site open. All right, let's see the time. Let's see where our tight on. 12 minutes in. Take a little breather. Oh. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Back into it, boys. So Respite Shelter. This one is from Pod Hero. This one is so we're done talking about the WordPress, all 3 sites, and how Podbean is linked to it, and how we can basically put a podcast feed over onto. Oh, we didn't do this. I want to go back. Just before we go ahead and leave WordPress, what we're going to do is I'm going to forward us over to the 3rd website. I want to show you Zhuravsky.wordpress.com. Okay, and so you can see here, Zhuravsky.wordpress.com. This one is by far the most, how do you put it? It's the most serious. This is the most serious and real, I guess, of the 3 sites. If you take a look here, it has a playlist. I'm very happy to see that. In fact, the widget here that's getting a feed directly from Anchor, it's updating. You can see all the podcasts listed here. Oh, I should share this site a lot more. This should be my main podcast site, to be honest. It's so simplistic and it's so straight to the point. I love it. You can even collect emails here, and then there's links here to Stitcher, Spotify, and you click on it. Of course, we will be able to go to some of the sites that I'm going to mention very shortly. So that's Zhuravsky.wordpress.com, and you can see the podcast. It's solely focused on the podcast. That's all it is. All right, so let's move on. Pod Hero. The next thing we have to cover here is yet another mobile app that was showcased on Linktree. Again, just another podcast feed here on a mobile app that is probably a little bit more obscure, excuse me, bars. So we have here, and it goes down, I can see all of the podcasts. I'm liking this. It's working. I'm glad to see it's functional. There's actually 9 of them, but reschedule for the future, so it should only be 8. If we refresh it, I'm not sure if it will be reflected, but if it does, no, it's not being reflected. And there's the site over there, Jurovsky, the WordPress.com. Good stuff. All right, so we can close this as well. What's the next tab here? Anchor. So we have another RSS feed. We have a duplicate. We can close that as well. Looks like there's going to be another one here that's also a duplicate. This is subscribe on Android. We covered this in a previous video, a previous podcast. Again, multiple tabs here open. Again, all these mobile apps, and one of them happens to be Pod Hero as well. I'm pretty sure. If not, it's probably from Linktree. But again, I'm not going to install all of these. I don't think anybody here wants to install. A lot of these are obscure apps, but if you decide to take out your Android phone and download and install one of these apps, you'll be able to listen to any podcast you desire, including a lot on self-help, self-improvement, comedy, business, lots of interesting stuff. Okay, next. I think this is going to be the last one we'll cover. Let's look at the time, 15 minutes in. Maybe we can wrap it up in about 2-3 minutes. So this is Bullhorn, yet another platform for distributing your podcasts, and this one's actually straight up from Apple. Not Apple, straight up from Anchor. Spotify for podcasters, and it was not even, it's not even listed there. Where it is listed, this is actually listed on Linktree, so it's one of those default podcast apps that they redistribute the official from the official sites over to these smaller sites. Now, I don't know how small, to be honest, Bullhorn is. Maybe it's a very big site, who knows. Maybe it's a huge platform with a huge following and a huge number of users. But you can see here, earn support from your fans in beta, easily invite co-hosts remotely, grow your audience with your audience. So your free solution for engaging with your audience, give your fans what they want with strong connections, and so on and so forth. Basically, it's just under podcasting, live episodes, recording, RSS integration, streaming, all that jazz. And I like the site. I think that's largely the main reason why I had this up, because it's very clean, it's very efficient, it doesn't waste a lot of time, and it's very clear and concise and minimalist. All right, nailing them. Okay, so we have even more here. We have a podcast guru. We still have a few minutes left. Trying to aim for 20 minutes per podcast and video. So Respite, Shelter, Projekt ZRA here. This is another podcast app, Podcast Guru, that was also on Linktree. So we have Podcast Guru, we have Podcast Addict, we have Pod Hero, and now we also have this is another app for podcasting that's been distributing my stuff, my content, and this is Podcast Guru. So Bullhorn as well, but maybe we should refresh this. Let's see all the episodes. I can see that this has not been updated. So if we refresh the episode, okay, so it's not even updating at all. This feed is not updating. That's fine. It's okay. Sometimes they won't update. It doesn't matter, because these are particularly small platforms, I'm assuming. Either that or this one actually is just associated with the Podbean, which is obsolete. Yeah, it's not refreshing. So that's one fail. We realized that there's some of these sites are not going to be very consistent. So about Podcast Guru, what is there to know about Podcast Guru? We clicked on the About page. It looks somewhat professional, but it sounds like almost like a small startup business. All right, so we want to learn about them, and that's where we'll end off. Well, it's a mobile app that is simple, easy to use, and full-featured. It's the no banner ad podcast player for Android and podcast player for iOS or Apple. We have designed it with a light footprint on your device, so low on battery and performance consumption, yet have state-of-the-art features. Also, we're very excited to announce that we recently released the Podcast Guru web app as a part of podcastguru.io. Keep in mind, this is a beta release of the app, limited features, and it goes on further down. So, but the creators, Podcast Guru was created, developed, and is maintained by the app development team, Really Bad Apps, which is just a group of ordinary industry veterans. So I guess they're probably about retired now, probably about 50 to 60, and wanted to make a difference in people's digital lives. We founded the group in 2018, so this 5 years ago. And in this short time, it's a startup. We created a few cool apps that focus on giving people new ways to interact with their data and mobile technology in general. So basically, that's what we're about. Comprised of developers, designers, and biz dev. So graphic designers, software developers, and business developers scattered across the globe. You can say we're truly an international endeavor, and that is our strength. We believe this lends us a global perspective, helps us design and implement apps for all corners of the globe, apps that people will love. Just the beginning of a really bad app story, and we're going to make sure that it will be a really good one. We look forward to creating and improving your digital life for many years to come. Very nice. So RBA, Podcast Guru, and that's why here, okay, so the top. All right, so I think that's where we'll end off. We'll send it here. So far in the past couple episodes, we covered at least 20 tabs, at least, covering from WordPress to Podbean to Podcast Guru to Bullhorn, Apple iTunes, so on and so forth. And we're just gonna keep the train rolling. But I'm gonna take a little break here and call it just 3 episodes back to back. I'll probably spread across 3 days for you guys. And so thanks for tuning in. If you've made it this far, of course, it always helps the algorithm to actually get my stuff out there. If you could subscribe or just follow or just continue watching, honestly, that's the best way to help. Share it. Leave your comments, leave your experiences, and all that kind of stuff as well. If any of this was relatable or useful to you, if you're a podcaster yourself, if you want to reflect on the experiences when you first started podcasting and how you started up, all this stuff. Yeah, things have changed as well. So you can definitely reflect if you're an OG from like 10 years ago or whatever. Anyways, just share your experiences. Again, if you want visuals, you can watch this. It's actually a video podcast, but you can actually watch this on YouTube as well. Or if you want, you can just listen on commute when you're going to work. And that's actually a fine way to do it. That's the way I orient this. It's very down-to-earth project. It's very in tune with reality, okay? So that being said, thanks for tuning in. This is Risho signing out, and I'll see you all in the next one, where we continue on this podcast nailing train. We're going to nail down each of these tabs, each of these platforms, and just showcase all the research and all the work that we put into this. Okay? See you there. Oh my God. Okay, let's go. WordPress. Shurovsky. We have Audio. Bullhorn. Audio, Bullhorn. Transparency. Pod Hero, Bullhorn. What else do we have? Podcast Guru. Podcast Guru. Guru developers. RBA developers. And design devs. Okay. Sure, we can do that, man. Hey, we can do that every day. Podcasters. So it's here. And we've got it. Okay. 3. Drink some water, man. Three, two, one. Alright guys, welcome back to the projects. This is Risha with Projekt ZRA. We continue on to the second marathon episode, the 4th episode. This is probably in total episode 30 at this point. Focused on the inner workings and the mechanics and the different platforms of podcasting that you can distribute to. And so right now the previous episode, we were leaving off at Podcast Guru, so that would have been yesterday for you guys, but for me it's literally just back to back. Again, welcome here, this is the Respite shelter, we'll cover that at the end. Anyway, so let's just dive right into it, man. So we're going to be talking about podcasting, we're going to be talking about different platforms, just a continuation off of the past couple of videos and podcasts as well. So here we just went through Podcast Guru and their description. RBA, really bad apps is the name of their logo, but and then they went through their entire origin story. This company here, full of developers, designers, and biz devs scattered across the globe, partnering together with a podcast guru, and partnering together, that's not quite the right word. They just founded podcast guru as well, and they have their site here, and they go through how the fact that because they are an international endeavor, that this is their strength. This is the beginning of a really bad app story. We're going to make sure it will be a good one. We look forward to creating and improving your digital life for many years to come. So there are a lot of veterans, as they mentioned. These are probably people who have 20, 25, 30, 35 years of industry experience with software development and stuff like that, just coming across the globe. Alright, really wholesome story, wholesome background. Unfortunately though, their site is not updating my podcast. So they might be facing some issues right now in terms of servers and whatnot. I don't really know. Maybe my RSS feed is just not getting across to them. Who knows what it could be. But it's a pretty small site, so we can close it. We also covered in the previous... to more platforms. So it was Bullhorn. Again, just check that out in the previous podcasts on Spotify or on YouTube. Either way, you can watch it all there. This is a relief shelter for those without a proper family or without a stable place to call home. All are welcomed here, and specifically for those because it's a relatable experience for me personally. That's why I started this. Anyway, so here we go. Podfiend is another app, mobile app for podcasting. So welcome to your friend podcast player. It's got this really friendly looking, like it's almost kiddie-like, to be honest. If I'm being totally honest right here, it does look like it's geared more for kids, it seems. You can see there's like a single eye here. It reminds me of back in the 90s, there's that show with CGI. It was one of the first shows that I think used out there with like CGI and stuff, but think of like toys. I was going to say Toys R Us, but not Toys R Us. Something, I don't remember. Buzz Lightyear was in that. If you can remember what I'm talking about. I'm sorry, I can't believe I forgot the name of this show or this movie. But anyways, Monsters Inc. That's what it reminds me of here. The single eye and that little pink tongue. So I'm so happy that you are here. Let's get you started to listening. You can search for podcasts in the search field at the top. Go through Podfriender to find random podcasts or find the trending podcast below. Trending podcasts are Podnews, The Daily, Podcasting 2.0, The Dan Bongino Show, 100% Retro Live 24/7. That sounds so much like mine. My theme is retro oriented and it's live 24/7. Murder, my dude. Interesting. Okay. I want to see what this. How can you have something that's live 24/7? I know how I'm doing it. I'm curious as to see how this person over here is doing their podcast to run it 24/7. Salad with a side of fries, economist of podcasts, open arguments. I really like these kinds of things, critical thinking type stuff. Making sense with Sam Harris. That's a big name. Sam Harris is a big name. What's going on here? How can you have a live 100% retro? Is it music? What is this? Is a live radio stream with hosts broadcasting live from all over the globe with music that makes you feel young again. Now live in a pod. Okay, it's music. That's why it's live 24/7. Okay, got it. And it's been running since 2014, or I don't know if it's still running now, but I mean, if it wasn't running, I don't see why it would show. Yeah, about 22 hours ago. It seems like it's still running. Okay. Interesting stuff. I think I'll leave this tab open to explore when that video ends. Alright, let's hop over to the next one that is distributing my podcast as well. Podcast Republic. Once again, if you have a podcast, you can just distribute to all these platforms as well. Just make sure you submit it. So here it says, get your podcast featured. Okay, let's just read. You've created an awesome podcast and you want to build your listenership. Now let Podcast Republic help you with that. At Podcast Republic, we can help you grow your podcast audience by reaching passionate podcast listeners. You can get your podcast featured in Podcast Republic on the website and in the Android app. Our Android app is one of the most popular apps on Google Play Store with over 4 million downloads. Wow. So this one's actually quite significant. Okay, that's a great way to build up your podcast audience. Please email to apps@podcastrepublic.net for detailed information. Get the subscribe button and so on and so forth. Okay, login. I clearly didn't do that. You can add subscribe to the button. Just enter the podcast's Apple Podcast ID and copy the script to your website. So I have entered the ID here, or maybe I guess the URL, the RSS feed, and that's basically how they're distributing my podcast. I want to make sure, however, that in fact it is showcasing. I'm not sure why, but enter the Apple Podcast feed here. Let's actually test this. Put it to the test. Oh, never mind. No, we are not going to test this. What this does is actually allows you to embed a button for people to listen on your website to your podcast. I do not actually need this, but if you guys have your own website, we just covered WordPress in the previous video. You can see it there. Or previous podcast, we talked about WordPress. And if you have like a higher plan where you can alter and change the HTML and do some embeds, I'm pretty sure you can do it free, but I'm not going to do that. You can definitely do this. That's new. That's a nice feature to have. Okay, next one. Downloads.intercom.cdn.com. Link behavior or display broadcast when Spotify preview. Seems like this one has to do with what? Display available podcast platforms. Display available podcast platforms with Spotify audio preview. All right, what this is, I remember now. This is Linktree. So what this is a little pop-up menu, a separate web page, where you can customize what your podcast link interactive widget on Linktree does. So Linktree, if we go there, which we covered a couple podcasts ago and podcasts or videos ago previously, we actually went through the fact that they have a widget that just captures all of the podcast links and platforms that have your podcast being broadcasted. So you don't actually have to enter all the links yourself. You just enter a single one from podcasters at Spotify, the only link from Anchor, or the RSS feed, or Apple iTunes, I believe. And then it will just automatically, Linktree will scour the entire internet and grab all the search findings it can possibly find that has your podcast, and then they will have suddenly 25 different links with all your podcasts distributed wherever it's available, including on Deezer, on Bandcamp, well, not Bandcamp, but Deezer, Stitcher, and so on and so forth, Apple iTunes, Amazon Music, it's all there. So you can basically customize what that widget does. Reorder by dragging the items below. Visitors may see a view in different order depending on their preferences. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, but there's a lot more to this than just Spotify, Apple Podcasts for sure. So that's what this is all about, and I can customize that. Okay. Moving on, I can see here this is a legacy. Just checking out how much time we have here. 9 minutes in. This is a legacy site here from Open Spotify. We just wanted to see whether or not the Spotify podcast was up and running and what it looked like, and we can see that it does work. In fact, looking at it, I can see that they've also updated my keywords. So relief shelter at Projekt ZRA. So relief with instead of respite and with a C instead of a K. That's definitely nice. So then it gets spread easier to an English audience. You can see the most recent podcast upload is a reaction to Irwin versus what choice to make, right? Anyways, that's a reaction, inception kind of video. The rest of these are really old podcasts, and they're only being reached out now. They're actually created about a month ago, but yeah. For the record, I love podcasts. The theme is got this crimson red gradient all the way through, scarlet red at the very top. Okay, love it. All right, podcasters.spotify.com. All right, sick. This is what we needed. We said that we accidentally closed a browser tab because we needed that tab to upload more episodes onto Spotify. That's right here. Not Spotify, but all the podcast platforms. So this is the source feed, podcasters.spotify.com/pod/show/on-row with a dash. So I'm just going to click episode. So you can see, of course, all the links here, right? If you guys visit this website, you can definitely see my podcast, all the socials, all the description. It's very nice to see that it's updated the keywords here. Well, no, they haven't updated it here yet, but it seems like for some reason it's very slow. Over here, the podcasts, all the available platforms, iHeartRadio, Castbox. I'm pretty sure they're going to include Google over the coming days because I have added that link as well. So we'll just click on episodes, right? Because we're going to upload episodes after this, and then we'll just leave this here. We're going to shift this tab over to the side. Okay. All right. Hop on over to Spotify.forpodcasters.com. All right, so this is a lot of stuff to talk about. What I'm going to do is take a quick break, quick 10-second break. So if you guys want to go use the washroom or something, this would be a good time to pause the podcast. It's just for 10 seconds for me personally. I'm just going to pause the recording. And we're back at it again. Just had a quick drink of water. Took more than that, about a minute break. But again, we just edited that out. We just can pause the recording. Alright, so hopefully you're back from using the washroom or taking care of whatever your tax is. Make a spreadsheet out. It's income tax season right now, so that's why that was first thing came to my mind. Alright, so let's get to it, man. This one's going to be quite lengthy. That's why I realized I need a break. So here's a lot of text to read out. We're not going to be reading the whole thing, but what this is clearly a throwback to Spotify for podcasters, their help website and their guide for getting started. So distributing your podcast, this has everything here. Look on the side here. This is amazing resource. If you are a podcaster and you're just getting started, drop by here. This will be super, super helpful. I highly recommend this. This is how I'm pushing out my podcast. If you know, this is helpful stuff. So you can see all the articles, logging into Spotify for podcasters, creating an episode, getting your podcast on Spotify, distributing your podcast, your RSS feed, recording an episode, uploading or importing, your audio library, understanding your podcast analytics. I just clicked on the link here. Editing audio with waveform editors. Amazing, right? So your RSS feed. This is important for me. I remember that rhymes. Bart. No. What the hell was that? I have to say what the hell. I can't say the F-bomb because I recognize now that because I'm doing podcasts and the podcasts tend to be a lot more scrutinizing about your language. I do have to be a little bit more filtered, even though I don't want to be. Okay. But your RSS feed, this is something that I had to learn. I had to spend my time learning about this. I didn't know what an RSS feed was. Apparently, it's just a short form acronym for really simplified syndication or something like that. Really simple syndication. Ooh, excuse me. And basically, it's the source for all your podcasts. You need an RSS feed to submit your podcast to platforms outside of Spotify, like Apple Podcasts or Stitcher. If you host your podcast with Spotify, you need to enable your RSS feed, and before you enable it, here's what you need to know. Your email will be publicly available. If you enable your RSS feed, you can submit your podcast to platforms. Other platforms may scrape your RSS feed without your knowledge. So this has definitely happened to me before. Like I said, going to Linktree, it showed me Bullhorn, Pod Hero, Pod Fiend, all of those different mobile apps that I had no idea and I did not submit my content to. They aggregators that ended up scraping from my content anyways. So ended up, I submitted my podcast to only about 10 to 15 platforms, but at the end of the day, because of these aggregators and podcast content aggregators, they ended up, it's probably being distributed across 50 to 70 different platforms right now as we speak. Anyways, so you can learn all this stuff you need to know, where to find your RSS feed, all this stuff here, great FAQ. And here are the specific steps for the platforms that Anchor, or now Spotify for Podcasters, is hosting themselves. So we have steps for submitting podcasts to several platforms here below. Apple Podcasts, 1. 2, Google Podcasts. I just recently, in 2 videos ago, covered this. Stitcher, Castbox, amazing platform. We'll cover that eventually. Amazon Music, I see it down the road in one of these tabs. Radio Public, also we'll be covering that. Pocket Casts, iHeartRadio, and Overcast. There are a lot of podcast aggregators out there. If you don't see the platform that you want to distribute to it listed here, just search online for instructions on how to distribute to it. More important information about the distribution. So this is important stuff. We're going to run through it. It can take some time for the podcast to appear, right? Some manually approve them personally using humans, right? It's not all just AI or data or algorithms. Your podcast will have a different URL on each platform, right? You generally can't edit them. It's possible, 3, that you may find your podcast on platforms that you didn't manually submit to. Third-party apps sometimes scrape RSS feeds. I mentioned this. 4, right? If your podcast appears twice on one platform, contact us using the message to get on the right one on the version, to get one of the versions removed. And lastly, episodes that contain songs from Spotify's catalog are available to listeners on Spotify. Makes sense. Anyways, if you host your podcast with Buzzsprout, Libsync, Podbean, or any other host, check with this guide for getting your podcast on Spotify. So this might be relevant for me if I click on this. Right. If you host with one of the aggregator partners, it's easy to send podcasts to Spotify. If you host with Spotify, Honor appears on all platforms. Julep, Iono, Fireside, Castos, Captivate, Audio Boom, Acast. All of these are automatic, wow, aggregate partners. If you host your podcast with Target, once you submit your podcast to Spotify. Wow, look at all this. Simplecast. So I have submitted mine to Simplecast as well. But a lot of these here are, I'm not familiar with Podigy or Podomatic. I want to leave this open now that I see this, because if you host with Art19, reach out to Aggregate for more information. I can authorize Spotify as an additional distribution platform. Okay, so we'll leave this open because it's very useful for us. But let's move on to the next tab. That was a lot of reading. I see 17 minutes. We're gonna wrap this up. Okay. Add your iHeartRadio listing to your Spotify for Podcasters profile. So iHeartRadio. So this is one of the specific guides, right? Submitting your podcast to Castbox, to Google Podcasts, Apple, Amazon Music, iHeartRadio. So this is the iHeartRadio one. Head over to iHeartRadio, submit your podcast, right? Once you're submitted, you can add the link to Spotify for a profile. Copy the iHeartRadio podcast URL. Head over to our page, edit availability settings. We showcased that already. Paste your iHeartRadio URL. That'll be that. Okay. So this is mine, for example. Has your Spotify links, your podcaster, your RSS feed, as well as all these links here. And you can see iHeartRadio and a Google Podcasts. I updated Castbox. Okay. So we can close this. We can close that. Let's get rid of this and that. iHeartRadio tab. This tab as well. So we'll finish off with iHeartRadio. Log into iHeartRadio account, enter your podcast RSS feed URL. So this is if you want to distribute it there, listen to iHeartRadio, reach your audience anywhere. The free iHeartRadio app, this is one of those bigger ones. It's available on over 250 platforms and over 2,000 different connected devices, including smart speakers, digital auto dashes, tablets, wearables, smartphones, virtual assistants, televisions, and gaming consoles. Curiosity, Podcast 100, iHeartRadio Awards, all the way down. This is just their main landing page. And the most important part is this: submit your podcast. So use the form below to submit a new podcast for inclusion on iHeartRadio. And I am successfully logged in on Row. If you didn't recognize this account, add your podcast. In fact, it's already added. And if you already have, you can access your dashboard to manage your podcasts. So settings, dashboard, let's click on that. Okay, very briefly, it's loading, available, and it's verified. Okay, it's gonna show ID, all that stuff. All right, great stuff. So we can close this, and I can see there's 2 more tabs of iHeartRadio. All episodes here. So this is actually me taking a look. I want to see what the episodes on iHeartRadio would look like. How do the descriptions look? Are they properly syncing up all my information? So this is the podcast episode. The second one I released ever was If You Ain't Using TikTok Marketing. So it's marketing in TikTok. Stephen He. So down here, you can see all the links on the bio are from the RS Syndicate. The RSS feed are well linked, and everything's working fine. The directory, the description down here, everything looks right with all the links and fair use and everything. So fantastic stuff, and we can close this. So I'll end it off here. There's one last tab here on iHeartRadio, but I can see it's just a duplicate as well. We'll end it off here. We'll close this, and we'll do some work behind the scenes. Right now we've got to upload all of our podcasts over to Spotify, over to YouTube, and over onto Patreon, and then they'll be mass distributed. So that's what we're going to do from now. And I'm going to end this podcast. So thanks for tuning in. Hope you learned something about iHeartRadio, about how to distribute podcasts to what seems to be Podfriend, as well as Pod Hero and other platforms. Also the guide on Anchor, or what is now Spotify podcasters. Lots of crazy useful information there if you're starting your own podcast. Otherwise, if you have other things you want to share that are unrelated to podcasting, maybe you just drop by and you want to say hi, share how your day's been. Of course, this is a very down-to-earth project for the daily commutes, for the everyday person who's got a bunch of responsibilities. I'm very focused on being grounded in reality, so because that is sort of the survival state mentality I had when I was starting the project, and to a certain degree, it still does have that kind of vibe. But anyways, so that's what it is. Thanks for tuning in. This is Rishabh. It's time to get to work, and I'm going to start basically uploading, and then look forward to the next episode and podcast where we continue. It seems like to me we'll be moving on to Podbean, so that's what we can look forward to if you guys want. Yeah, Podbean is the next topic, so we'll start talking about Podbean in the next episode, and most likely we'll also do an action to the Studio Deck Attack on Titan, so look forward to that as well. Rishabh and sign out. Peace out, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Wow, it's a lot to cover, man. Oh. else do we have? Radio. What else? Ew, what are you doing? Get out of here. 1. Alright, Act 1, 2, test 1, 2, welcome back. We're here, we're taking probably 1 to 2 hours uploading a bunch of the podcast on track with continuing the second marathon for podcasting. Again, this is really not familiar. This is not the first time. This is the first time. Relief shelter for those who don't have much of a home or what we call a stable household or a place to call family. Welcome here, and of course, what we do is a little bit of like in a complex slice of life and life. So it stays kind of grounded, but it's also related, and we focus on a lot of things and just experience and learn and research and watch things together. We wrap a lot of things together. So it's a good variety channel. What we're going to do right now in this particular video, and that we've been doing for the past, for me it's been the past couple hours, but for you guys it's actually for the past couple days and the past couple weeks, is covering all the different distribution on podcasting. And I have 450 tabs open that I saved, and I didn't save, but I didn't close them either. And that was the entire journey of me learning how to across different platforms. So that's what we're going to do here, and hopefully you can learn something here that may be useful if you're working on your own podcast or you have been through this cycle, so you want experiences. Feel free to leave in the comments below. Just alright, so let's just get right. So where we left off the previous episode, we to change the scenery a bit. Dropped more of the beach. For the record, it just passed 12 a.m. midnight right now, so we're into the weekend, so I need to go for a change of scenery. And again, I covered in a previous video how you can change the whole chroma if you want using a software. So that's up on Spotify, YouTube if you want to see more of it. So we have some, what is it, Pod Hero, I think? Podfriend, that's where we left off. And what we are trying to show is now is we saw one of the listings here. You can see the daily, the journal. I'm trying to move it to the side here and just thank you message. But for the subscribers, we have all these here: the Dan Bongino show, the journal, the Economist podcast, Making Sense with Sam Harris, murder, opening arguments. But what really stuck out to me was it's similar to me was that there's this retro podcast 24/7, and I was trying to figure out what this says Pennsylvania, US. So what we're going to do is click on it, but I realized quickly after listening to it that it was literally just an advertisement for about 10 seconds. So I thought this kind of comedic, and plays right now. I think it does. It's quite loud, but it's not going to play, huh? 2018 of 2000, well, 24 hours ago, posted something here on, so it was not at all what I thought it was, because it tends to just to be broadcasting music from all over the world. So it's not really a podcast that runs. It's actually music. But we can close this now. Okay. Alright, so that's where we left off in the previous episode. We also covered a little about here, about reading your podcast, and so there's a guide here. Once again, check out the previous podcast video or the previous media on Patreon. So we're not going to just close this, and close one as well, getting your podcast. This one is because this may be of interest to me. I actually can share my podcast as all these other different, and a lot of these, almost every one of these, I'm not familiar with except for Podbean and Simplecast, which we have connections with. But the vast majority, 80% of these, we don't have any connection to. So I'm going to sort of distribute my podcast over to these. Anyways, so let's move on. What we really left off completely with the iHeart. I mean, iHeart, the cover of at the time, how you can submit your podcast, create an account. I'm logged in, obviously, the settings, and drive audience engagement, so on and so forth, the marketing stuff here as well. But of course, I thought what was really interesting, of course, iHeartRadio is for a radio station, right? The same radio station, and I think that's really important because I do want to put it and distribute it more wide. Obviously, it's more effective, although it is more local focus. So we're done talking about radio. We're also done talking about Podfriend, and also the guide on Spotify podcasters. So the main topic in this particular video, and so what we logged in. That we have a Respite show with Projekt ZRA. So we have to log in. I noticed something very annoying. Get an account and you're creating a podcast. It very cuts you off. It just kicks you out after half an hour, 30 minutes. So your tag could be sitting there. You might plan on intending to return, but just anyways, that's why we're here. Logged in. Here's the channels. We want to talk about this because this is exactly what is feeding over to my WordPress page. So on my press blog, there are various pages, of course. One of them is for podcasts, one of them is for the About page. And basically, whenever I post something over to Podbean as WordPress, because it's connected to Podbean through my accounts, extract, like I said, the information, and then actually receive some from a few people liking my blog. And I thought it was interesting. It must be they must have their bots running like random articles, but who knows? So let's close this. I don't mind closing that out, but we have to leave one or two open up for them. So here is the main dashboard. You can see on the navigation page, dashboard, episodes, statistics, settings, and so on and so forth. Just appreciation. Thanks. So statistics, settings really showcase how it says create a podcast. It's very simple step in a step-by-step fashion. Congratulations for the first episode, and then podcast distributed and I get more listeners. So this is the first of my journey in podcasting. Many I started by actually went to Podbean and I took a look at the steps, and I was amazed at the fact at the time that they had so many connections where, for example, you click podcast distributed, what it brings you is to this page here, and social share page, LinkedIn, YouTube, Tumblr, WordPress, your account, but more importantly, the apps. So you can see here, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon, you name it, they have it. And just lists of options you have here. Podchaser, something I'm familiar with. These will basically end up being distributors, aggregators that will take in so wish to share. You can also go to your website, design using different themes. And I've used multiple themes. Okay, I think one of the ones, I've only used like 2 different themes. The one called Waves 1.0 by Podbean. And if I can, I'd like to take a look at my own domain. This looks like view podcast site, right? New link, it does. And so you can see this is my podcast on Podbean. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense when I mention the fact that only 2 uploads. Ultimately, at the end of the day, Podbean is not where I'm hosting my podcasts. Right now, mostly it's on Spotify. So, and then reading over to Apple, iTunes, and Amazon, and so on and so forth. However, if there's a way, I would love Podbean to my advantage. There's a way to connect together with Spotify Anchor. I would love to do that. So, usually, that's something close this. This, well, not this one open. If you go down here, you can see the next tab here. I have SS feed. This is the settings down here, and you're allowed to, for example, edit the Apple Podcast. So, actually, probably change here to. I realized the keywords here mentioned. I want to change the Relief Shelter Projekt ZRA. And save it like that. Okay. Update the option. Anyways, let's just be sign in again. See, I told you this guy. This is pretty crazy. But what you can backdrop here before we scroll down up is the owner, and somewhere along the lines here, it basically says that you can all transfer your RSS feed. So the most important part is this stupid thing. It literally it's just like 30 seconds. Here, episode tag, podcast website, Podbean, whatever, and then link. But you can direct your RSS feed to a new feed URL, and that's if you change the source. It says warning, of course, podcast feed permanently. Only input a new feed here if you're ready to move your podcast to a new feed. Okay. Well, that's something very interesting because I would love to use Podbean and their interface. So many interesting plugins. So tab right here. Yes, it is. In fact, so go to plugins, right below the feed, right? Feed, plugins, general. Yeah, all your podcast categories and stuff. But if you go to podcast plugins, and so you go to more, let's get more plugins. They have all these interesting things here, episode tags, Google Analytics, MailChimp, SEO meta tags. It's crazy what you can do here. To fetch episodes, Hacker Moon, all these very interesting and probably very useful plugins that I would love to. I wasn't using Spotify Anchor first. The real selling point for me, Spotify Anchor, was being posts, written text into the podcast. So what to do is actually use Podbean. I can over onto Podbean. And that I hope it works this way, but I don't know if it does. All the podcasts I upload over to Spotify get redirected the same way over to the Podbean RSS feed. In which case, from Podbean and all the plugins, as well as getting our podcasts connected and automatically updated over onto WordPress. So that would be a huge time saver, and it'd be very, very beneficial because it would drive a lot of activity more over to the website instead of just the podcast. So my blog's also getting activity now, also changing its activity. And I don't know if that's how it works. So we're gonna have to do some research into this stuff and do some testing ultimately at the end of it. It's a little scary because it does mention, of course, there's a warning. You do change. It's gonna be changed to RSS feed. You can't take it back. And if you screw it up, of course, all the podcasts just stop being distributed. And I'm a little worried about that. So I don't really know how to do it properly. And I gotta definitely look into that. But that's the main reason I'm open, because plugins are really enticing, and so is RSS feed direct. So I would definitely love to get into that. Okay, the feed. Here's get more plugins, and we're gonna leave these two tabs open because we're gonna revisit them in the future. But the rest of the Podbean tabs we've closed. All right, moving on. So then radio, I thought we had finished. Turns out we're not. But basically, the content license agreement. Pause here. Get a little sip of water. had a little nice break, and in the water I also took off because I don't really need to hear Spotify. Mostly for you guys to listen to the music on the side, in the backdrop. It's all free, copyright-free music from Harris Heller streams. Anyways, so iHeartRadio destination. So we ended up coming here because we wanted to learn more about the content license agreement that we accepted. First went into iHeartRadio and get on to their distribution platform. I admit, when I saw the terms and agreements, I was alarmed by the fact that we, as podcasters, then if I accept the agreement, full sub-licensing and royalty-free, and the ability to make commercial profits off our stuff, and that we can't make commercial profits on our own podcast. And that really, I saw that as a very, that's just similar to a lot of other podcasts, and on here, so I mean, big deal, right? And then there are other platforms like Spotify that do allow you to create subscriptions, so it's fine. Owns publishes contact deliveries to iHeartRadio. I authorize iHeartRadio to create an account. Let's just do this a little bit. To use the destination URL and RSS feed provided by me into the reservation account. Video content, any associated material, intellectual property, metadata, images, and so on and so forth. By providing this destination URL, I acknowledge and agree as follows. And this is what alarms us. Shit, look at this. Sorry, 100% shit on podcast. I hereby grant I and my heart, whatever, a worldwide, non-exclusive, sub-licensable, royalty-free license to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and distribute the podcast, reproduce, transcode, copy. The alarming thing was we're going down here talking about financial gain and advertisements, and how I'm not allowed to profit off of it. So I thought it was, anyways, it is what it is. Ultimately, I'm not going to I'm not connecting my PayPal, for example, to radio, sure. So, whatever, we'll close. 102.9. Alright, so that's that. And actually, this is distributing it. There's 2 copies there. So I don't need this well. The main reason why I have duplicates or triplets both tabs the same. So once again, as I'm going through all of the getting all the podcasting stuff up and running, up having so tabs that I wanted to cover on videos like this and podcast this. I saved them, but then because of that, I ended up having that I couldn't select, I couldn't click and switch to those tabs. They just wouldn't show off the top face. So here's another one here from podcast.spotify.com. The order of the audience, episode rankings. Let me just check the timing here. Minutes should wrap up pretty soon. So once again, we can close it. Over here. And I wonder if it shows when I hover over. And then here's another one here. Once again, we have updated this already, but we were trying to update the bio and the description before, and to incorporate like what was it? Slice of life, I believe that's what it was. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Someone if I do that, we updated the profile. It's like show. See reactions, upload reviews, see more. No, it doesn't reflect it. I hate the podcast to reflect slice of life as well. Podcasts. Okay, so that's something I have to do now. I have to click on settings, update settings. Okay. The next tab here also from Spotify, distributing your podcast platforms also is a duplicate. So we can close that as well. We'll leave this up and running so that we can edit. And again, this is just a duplicate. So that's where we'll end it. 20 minutes in. I think the next video will be a bit of a hiatus. We're going to stop, and we need to do some of our next podcast, administrative stuff. Not even administrative stuff it would be behind the scenes on YouTube Studio. I just realized something really important I have to do when it comes to the pricing model. And I don't mind divulging this, but this is most likely going to be only a spot on and the video content over on, because I'm not quite that's that essential, like pricing public. So to that video if you want over on Patreon. But aside from that, afterwards we're going to get back right into podcasting at that one. So there'll be tons of it's all like public, freely available content. Only the very few things logged over. But for those of you who are in, of course, that's actually very crucial models. So useful. Anyways, with that being said, there's our videos, there's podcasts. What was it like when you were starting a podcast? And maybe you're an established veteran right now, and you're learning stuff. We can learn together. Otherwise, you can share it in just your day. I'm more than happy to just do your stories and what's going through in your lives. So thanks for tuning into the Respite. This is Joe signing out, and I'll see you. Most likely, if I showcase a little bit, would be something to do with YouTube Studio. So look forward to it. Peace out. Welcome back. This is Projekt Dank, and continue from the previous episode. You'll recall that we were having a podcast handle review, and I'll get to that in a moment. Of course, if you're new here, this is the here for amalgamation of life process as well as a self-improvement for overcoming challenges and ambition, aspiration. Mostly focused on just having but now finding a way to de-stress and learning thus community value. In this particular case, right, and we have two tabs are open, one above is supposed to display a program to showcase it's not showing me now. So for the showcase for the program, it's so what is this? Also is some research closely to. So I'm administrative stuff. We have implementing a opaque filter over image, which is why the folks find that opacity by turning it off, and then I can actually turn it off. Let me translate. So this is usually for copyright stuff. That's application stuff. I drop I have the first one there. If give, I'm not listened to this, but of course, from a very actually, it's also the lo-fi we added, but what okay, now podcast main Spotify account, search up your Ghibli or stream software for that anymore. So I think we can probably switch over display. Okay. So okay, let's finish this first. So first of all, what is this here on the very podcast cat recognize niche price such as animation angle, so super niche, not so what I've decided to do is there. Why don't I just want to appreciate animation, or I was thinking of a display, but we can actually stay here. You guys, according to a survey conducted October 2020, the most 3 years ago podcast genre was podcasts, as well as prime or popular choice, well, sport and health and fitness. So I wanted to figure out which is the best podcast, and the top had here. Well, wrong place now. In the wrong place. Something good, no good. Don't comedy. Oh god. Candles completely malady. No wonder why I have so much. Cast of 5 genres, so it's helpful to hear. So music, on TV and movies, fourth fall technology. How to get a blog. The Joe Rogan really showcases violence to how about here Spotify charts and pause. So on the podcast charts, the Joe Rogan Experience is number 4 now. The past week aggravated. Wonder what that's of transformations. So it looks like fitness and health interviews of a Rogan, a comedian. So no idea what that. Okay. What happened in other days? Guess I did this. Pose that there. Well, if we hop over to not different display. Realize that we want to talking about YouTube stories. But that goes to the market on that podcast. I realized I had to reflect the fact that new brands of meaning in real life schedule all the times 9 to 5 mute for Spotify. Podcast description. Link as well as project press blog. So these are and tune shuffle things around. Project WordPress as well as Spotify and the new life. Okay, perfect. While on the same page though, I would want to switch category. See as well. over to health and fitness, leave it there, even though it's a way far. You can see that the Human Women podcast, as well as Aware and Activated, on self-improvement, self-development. That's what you put our podcast for sure. I'll close this and copy it over the description over here on the Excel spreadsheet with all that. There's a 600 character limit on that. Maybe 80. That's just the podcast platform. At this point, we'll do for which is we will continue the next podcast. We are focusing a lot on and do the links together. We also have very important. I do rapid, not rapid, 10 minutes. Actually, over on YouTube and run to the top of recognize thing. Important is okay. Over tab for some information like the podcast, Spotify, 9 to 5 commute. So fair enough. That's fair enough. We could probably make it more concise. Now looking at it, concise. Up here with what's up here. Yeah, sure, there could be some shits here for sure. We can play this called Blade Runners on Patreon. So if we click edit, okay, first of all, we didn't go to our live tab. That's a very to playlist and close the live streams, but goes and create a list, save the list, and create 4 and find my was the biggest thing, not accounting for the fact that eventually and its membership opportunities program that's like I should start to organize and tag all my videos here. Which video, which Spotify for the exclusively for Patreon. 420. That's the Lucky 7 systems from reference. Those identified. I need to make it video on which platform and are they available in which description. So I wrote out right from the get-go. It's also not going to sit by that time at 400 different to different categories. I should get that sorted now. I'm going to probably also the Lucky 7s, the elite willpowers over and this So was here, or you can visit this on Spotify. Attention to this kind of, and now I can finally close. That's here on the side. Okay. Who we're going to respond to. So we didn't be replied, welcome to school. This. This greatest animes heavily agreed arts against brutality and journey with that's really sweet. Dude, I can't believe it. I'm going to copy paste this. Actually apply to it. What the hell? Dude. What school? What? How? But that's actually you're gonna watch it enough. And the large channels have been established. Bombarded. I guess also beauty beard, and also here. None of you have done anything wrong. Either, but you all still have nothing but pain and. So, anyways, this has happened as well. So these just videos that we're definitely going to. That's actually the series that we handle over here as part of the. Anyway, let's got over the comments. To the copied over that over onto the Spotify, and of course we have a pricing models. That's really very important. And also, what record this is them and as well. Poll number of videos. They have 95 videos already. A bunch of reactions. Just trailer. Teenage Mutant Ninja. Little Blue Mermaid. And they're posted up there, and they have two. So what I'm going to show podcast. 200 posts, 26 posts. What is this? And I cover title that explains more. 1,000 pages. What is this? About Michael and science and wellness fads. 1,000 pounds. January bonus 23. What's going on? No, forget it. It's closed. Podcast. Shit, that's you got 45. There's a little subscription fee, about 200. Holy, that's gross. That's not. That's the monthly though. Expenses and all the deductions. So because Beauty and the Beard, right? They a comment from them. What I did. So which is with today's weather, 24, really hot. Any notifications? Which plan leaving today to with you and so on. 20-minute mark, 20 minutes in. So on Twitter, we have I didn't end tweeting. Also, to configure. I want to. Basically, you do automatic post. So anymore because that's in the past. And last but not least, lifestyle and growing, we don't have that. So this is closed here because no longer used. So we can what's going on? Now, so as I mentioned, right, creating a tier, right, this is what the tier would look like. That actually do. Ultimately, one of these days, I'm going to have to start cutting to the primary source as a backup source. Description, however, playlist that publish. So that's also incredibly important. Last but not least, here. What you truly will be met the paid content that are available to public. Although the majority it, I can see there's more cover behind the scenes. That's great. token. There's also but anyways, like and the thing is they have example 4.5 before I would, but now you see to pick up on the re-intent and also in general with the blew me up over. I see there's a video here that which I'm not sure what it was. Some pretty high viewership. One, it gives you the click through and that's by far just and YouTube search category, figure out very interesting. Super 40% from Twitter. That's only 3.5 almost all. Okay, so we also have Word.com. This is really traffic and studio gag. Well, people see mine in there. That's 10%. Also, another one here, very interesting with the last segment, I'll talk suggested videos. So this is where I recommend this. Anyway, very enough, and now we can kind of over this. We will everything that we have to cover. See that this is a 25-minute video. It's long, honestly. I'll call it quit. Jira. That believe to and using AI and making things stuff. It's actually red. Podcast ways up to you. So how you helpful there.
What's going on?